Okay, I think we are live. Round 4, 2021 Charlotte Open. I'll provide commentary for the FM Maiti against Kumar game. Live. Let's tweet like a bird. All right. The round will start in a couple of minutes here. I took down the chess base board. That is probably for like a post-mortem. During the live commentary, I don't know. Now I understand why streamers have multiple monitors. I'm just using a laptop for this. So you need, if you're going to have multiple screens, as in ChessBase and the Paint application, and then the browser window, and then OBS, you need space for all of that on a screen to look at, or multiple screens. So that makes more sense. I never got that at first. I never thought about it, but it makes sense. So using the chess base would, in the middle of a live stream for this setup right now, would be cumbersome. I'll have to try to work on that. So we'll use that area for notes instead, and it probably will look cleaner. The chat from ChessBomb, quite frankly, is usually extremely off-putting. I find a lot of it to be very disagreeable and downright rude. And if I see any nonsense, not that it's not from this Twitch channel, it's from the Chess Bomb. But are some random folks going to pop in there? No. If somebody goes in this chat, they know one of the players, I would imagine, or know about them. So that's fine, hopefully. But if it gets something that we don't want to see, I'll cover it up. Okay, so I'm using a different, let's mark C6, yes, okay. Okay, we've got a different tool, brush, whatever. This is round 4, Milind's got 1.5. I don't know anything about Naman Kumar. I know something about people named Naman. Shout out to Naman, who also went to Faria. I'm guessing. I know his brother did. I don't know if Naman went to Faria. But funniest, and these have not Naman Kumar, but different Naman. Naman S has Naman played Milind. Yeah, at the club they must have played way back then. Funniest student I've ever taught. Naman. Not this Naman. Different Naman. You can see his art on the Instagram channel. Check it out. Very impressive. And quite accurate, I must say. In fact, completely accurate. He actually took a picture, but drew it. He doesn't mention that in the art, though. For the other open section update from LPCC, Shaaketh has 2 out of 4. Krishna's got 1.5 out of 4. And Coach Shash, FM Sivakumar, has got 1. And that's in Vegas, in the open section there. Okay, here we go. So D4. So once again, this is a U2100 stream. This is not a U2100 section, but I'll be commentating on the game for beginners, intermediates, the U2100 crowd. So open with the center pawn. We see both players do that. Beginners at home, what you want to do early in the game is increase options. Note that with D4, the bishop can move to 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's make that there. And 5. 5 squares it couldn't move to before. The queen can move to 2 squares she couldn't move to before. So increase options for your pieces. Give your pieces more and more options. D4 gives you many options. E4 gives you more options, however the e-pawn is undefended. So we see a queen's gambit accepted. A gambit is giving away a pawn in exchange for how many moves? The magic number in chess, if you want a bonus point, student at home, the magic number in chess is 3. For many different reasons. One reason is a pawn is worth 3 good moves. 3 good moves. If you can trade a pawn and get 3 good moves for the pawn, everything else being equal, it's a good deal. Moves. Students around where I'm in San Jose right now. Milind used to live in Cupertino. I don't know if he still does. But around there, around those parts, Saratoga, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, the younger players generally don't gambit enough, I don't think. And that's pretty much across the board. Now, this is a U2100 channel, so I encourage students watching this, if your name is Tactics, 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 play Gambits, Gambits, Gambits. That's it. Just play Gambits until you go beyond, 2100. Then it's a little different. In the open section, can you play Gambits? Queen's Gambit is different, but I mean Gambits that are perhaps dubious, but not at the highest level you can't play them, but at the club level you can, and it lets the pieces play, gets them out, allows the developing player to use the pieces together, harmoniously as a team. You don't want a young player playing closed positional chess. No, not yet. So I would encourage students to gambit, if that's to your liking. And it depends on your setup in the opening, but if you're playing at the club level, the opponent of yours will blunder at some point. It's going to happen. So you can approach that a number of different ways. You can blunder check like crazy to make sure that you're not the one making the mistakes. And also you can give them more opportunities to make a mistake. So if you're playing a sharp gambit that gives the opponent many ways to mess up, say you have, this is your gambit tree. I am not an artist. As you all know, this is our gambit tree. Okay, so we got our tree here, and you can have branches. This is not even a tree. This is like a big eye. All right, so you give the opponent many choices that are bad, and then one choice, say this one here, that's actually playable, maybe 2. Just give them a lot of opportunities to mess up. That's about the worst tree I've ever seen. Should have brushed up on my art before using the Paint app. And chess players are greedy. Chess players like to capture. I would like to hear a very professional reason as to why. But you can use that to your advantage via gambits. They may well just take without thinking twice. This is some pretty sharp stuff here. This is new to me. one strategy to consider when you're trying to come up with a move in any phase of the game, thinking technique, look for trappable pieces. This a4 to go to a5 and trap the bishop. This bishop cannot easily get behind the pawns. Black can do something about it now, of course, but be on the lookout for trappable pieces, pieces that cannot easily get behind their own pawns. This bishop is in front of the pawns. That's true in the opening, and if you're going to trap a bishop with a pawn chain, don't do it on the king side. Okay, now this is on the queen side. So Milind is thinking about trapping the bishop with a pawn chain. Now, you don't do it on the king side because you'd have to use your flank pawns, which would weaken your king. Whether or not your king is uncastled or not, you do not trap a bishop with a pawn chain on the king side. You just don't do it. Okay? It's like a Dutch gambit, a Dutch defense gone really badly with like an H-pawn move or something. It's just a disaster. But on the queen side, your king is not vulnerable. Trappable pieces can happen in the endgame as well. I saw Gareev is playing at the World Rapid Championships in Poland. And when he gave a blindfold workshop a couple, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, with some of you students, and we couldn't go to the building that I had rented because it had been vandalized the day beforehand. So we walked up the street to a local park and had the workshop outside, and it was perfect in terms of what the park provided. And of course, Teamer's playing blindfolded. It was either 11 or 12 boards. Took him 2 hours, and he won every game. But he was trapping pieces blindfolded, not in the opening. You know, I'm talking in the end game, in the middle game. And of course, it can happen in any phase of the game. Sometimes there's going to be a bad minor piece in your opening or defense, and it's not always the case, but if you know what it is, try to have some way to deal with it. One of my personal pet peeves is when I have a system with white and the slow minor piece, the bad minor piece is the queen's knight. Neglecting its development can really slow everything down. Not that that's necessarily the case here, but that piece, once Milind gets that knight going, he's going to get the rooks into play pretty quickly. Take it there's no more bishop pair now. So that bad minor piece, trade it off if you can, or don't let it remain a bad minor piece. Let's put it that way. After a series of exchanges, let the dust settle. I don't mean just immediately stop what you're doing, but reconsider everything that just happened. What's left on the board? Things have changed. Knight in the center. Where's this knight going next? Apparently c6. Let's break this position down a little bit here. Material. Black is temporarily up a pawn, but these two doubled isolated pawns are going to be problematic. White's pawn structure is better. 3 pawn islands. This pawn is by itself. It's not next to any pawns. These pawns are on the same file. They're not next to each other. They're not on adjacent files. So this is another pawn island, and this is the third pawn island for black. Black has 3 pawn islands. White only has 2. If you have a lot of pawn islands, it makes the pawns overall weaker. This is separate from material. King safety. This king isn't getting checkmated, that's for sure. Is it any closer to the center than white's? King safety maybe, I think it's pretty close. I would prefer white's king, to be honest. I do. We're going to see an f3. And this king will be able to get to the center. This diagonal is not an issue. This king stepping up this is... Black's going to have to calculate. It's easier to play with white's king. I think white's king's a little safer. Development. Well, is this rook developed? No. Neither is the knight. White needs 2 moves to finish development. Black, I would argue, needs 1. The king is going to have to move. Maybe it castles, maybe it doesn't. And then the rook will move. That's 2. This rook is not developed, so it's going to have to move. So we'll call that 3. Slight lead for white. Central control. Milind's going to have to do something about these pawns. But for the moment, okay, d5 is black's. d4 is white's. White is going to play pawn f3. We're going to see some play in the center. Superior minor piece. Black does have a bishop. And the center is open. The bishop is certainly better than the knight on b1 right now. Just temporarily, I don't know if that's going to last. We're going to see a knight c3. It's going to happen after that knight is kicked out of e4. Space. Well, these knights are somewhat of a wash, but we have a rook and then a bishop. That may well also be somewhat of a wash. Once this knight is driven back, and does black have time to kick this knight out? I don't think so. Not right now. Space? For the moment, I think I'd give a slight edge to well, these pawns as well. You've got b6 and c5. It's close. I think at a glance I'd give it to black, piecewise. but this knight is going to get kicked back. Overall piece quality, well, these queens, get this rook and get this rook into play. Whoever does that sooner will have more pieces in play. Initiative, well, white is making a threat now. In terms of piece tandems, we discussed superior minor piece. Let's make some notes. And where we live out here, you need to know this name. Tandem. Because chances are, if you work in Cupertino, you can give some thanks to tandem. Now, piece tandems in chess. What are the most desirable tandems? Milind here has the two knights. Is that as desirable as knight and bishop? No. Knight and knight cannot force checkmate to a king that puts up a fight. Knight and knight is not the desirable tandem. This is in general. This is in general. Better, knight and bishop, but best is bishop and bishop. That is the minor piece tandem. And this is a U2100 channel. So those students, playing in your first quads, U1200, is the bishop pair a big deal? No. U1500, is the bishop pair a big deal? No. In fact, against beginners, it may be desirable to keep a knight because it gives beginners more problems. I hadn't really thought about that until right now. I wouldn't play it that way, but it's a psychological decision. The bishops complement each other very well, and U1800 it starts to rear its head, and then from then on, the bishop it has more potential in a game of chess, generally speaking, than a knight. As the board opens up, as pieces come off the board, the bishop has more scope, more range. Same with the rook. It increases in value, as does the pawn because of promotion. So the bishop pair, they can make barriers the opposing king may not cross. And bishops of opposite colors, the starting bishops. Okay, in terms of piece tandems, we see bishop d5 by Kumar. Piece tandems. So we discussed the minor pieces. What about with a rook? You have a rook. What do you want to pair the rook with? Which minor piece? Rook and a knight or rook and a bishop? Well, how is the rook weak? It's weak to a diagonal attack. Of course, everything is weak to a knight attack. We know that. But the rook's weakness is the diagonal, and the bishop can cover that. They work together well offensively, and 5 plus 3 is 8, right? So a rook and a knight equals 8. Okay, but if it's a bishop, what is a rook and a bishop in one piece? That's a queen. That's 9. So with the rook, you want the bishop. You want the bishop. Rook and the knight is the drawing tandem. You want the bishop. Rook and a bishop. What about with the queen? Queen and what? In terms of tandems. Do you want a queen and a bishop or a queen and a knight? The answer is queen and a knight. The queen already moves like a bishop. You would prefer the knight. You will have all the moves, and they're both short-range pieces. The queen is both a short-range and a long-range piece, but a queen and a knight working together in close proximity to the opponent's king, you're not going to like that if you're the opposing king. So tandems, queen and a knight, you'll have all the moves. Rook and a bishop, and then the bishop pair. Tandems. Okay, Milind plays rook e1. So f6, huh? And just going back to tandems and superior minor piece and whatnot, minor piece exchanges may not seem like a big deal, but every time there's a minor piece exchange, those pieces are gone. So think about the future, chess player, the future of your game. Because at the end, if you've got the wrong minor piece, you lose. That's it. So make sure you don't have that wrong minor piece. Here, in terms of the two knights against the bishop and knight, this is just fine. I don't want to put a damper on the two knights, not at all. This is just generally speaking. But the knight needs advanced support points. It needs some help. It can't just do it by itself. Bishop can hit both flanks and cover a lot of ground by itself. It can dominate a knight. If you want to dominate a bishop with knights, you need 3. If you want to dominate a knight with a bishop, you need 1. So once again, to go back to, and some of the commentary will have been said before in whatever video or whatever stream. Yes, I'm not expecting anybody to watch everything of anything. So I may repeat myself. On our to-do list, we want to castle first, castle before the opponent, so we can get a rook into play first. Now, is this rook on a7 in play? I mean, it can go to b7. It's not that bad, but I don't think it's in play now. This rook is clearly in play. And it is exercising a lot of potential. And this king, this is annoying. If I have the black pieces here, it's all about what are you going to do with your king? You're going to let white have the initiative, keep the knight here, or are you going to fight back? With your king in the middle and the rook on h8 and another weird rook on a7, this is risky. This is risky. A lot of calculation has to be put into this, a lot of work. This is a lot easier to play with white, no doubt. I will have to definitely check this system out again. So castle before the opponent, just, you can avoid a situation like this potentially. And now sometimes it's okay to delay if there's more important things to do. And I'm not saying that black is worse here, but in terms of, once again, comfort of play for the U2100 crowd, generally speaking, castle before the opponent so you can get a rook into play before the opponent. So this is how Cupertino chess should be right here, based on just that to-do list, in terms of, okay, check that off, and you don't just do it just to do it. You do it because it's the right thing to do. And I do like the compensation here that white has for the pawn. A lot of energetic play. Milind's still up on the clock. So clearly he's in his preparation. Once again, pressure, pressure, pressure. Believe at all levels, but when you play a game of chess, you'll feel the drama. I would imagine you feel it. If you don't feel anything inside you when you play a game of chess, as in you don't feel the tension of the game, the drama of the game, you feel nothing. I don't know if that would be good or bad. I don't know. But you want to put pressure on the opponent because they're going to have to deal with it, and they're going to feel it. Pressure, 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 constant pressure. And that saying is true. If you attack an opponent 10 straight times and they defend perfectly, this is a human being opponent, they defend perfectly those 10 times, attack them again. On that 11th attack, they will blunder. Attack, 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 attack. You get the point. So after this knight is dislodged, okay, this knight has got to go. Because you don't want to play knight a3 here, and there's nowhere else to go. This piece must be developed. This piece has got to get going ASAP. And to do that, this knight has to be kicked. It's got to be biffed. So we're going to see an f3 at some point. This knight is going to take a hike. This knight can come into play. Milind will have connected the rooks. This rook is going to slide. I'm not sure where he's going to seek play. It depends what Kumar does with the king. Naman, what are you going to do with your king? I was talking to former student Naman. Another note, and this may not be applicable to this position, but this is, I'm going to speak in generalities. That way you can't blame me for anything, whatever I say. I'm just speaking in generalities. Thanks, Fred Willard. Okay, so sometimes you're going to have a system or a situation, or more than sometimes, where your king is not going to be castled. You're going to be pushing the envelope, trying to get more with a little less king safety, get more whatever else. And you're not going to be able to castle. That doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. A lot of beginning players, intermediate players, are so used to playing almost like a machine, where they ought to e4, e5, knight f3, castle, and I really hate that. They should take each position fresh, each move fresh. But they're used to castling. They almost always castle. And if they're not castled, and the opponent is, they think their king is unsafe. That may well be the case, but it's not necessarily so. So if you're the type to, seek play, want some gambits, want some play, you may not be able to castle because you're pushing the envelope. But it doesn't mean it's bad or you're worse. Not necessarily. You may well be just toast, but it's not always the case. So keep that in mind. You're going to have to get comfortable playing with an uncastled king. That's what I'm saying. You're going to have to get used to it or be able to deal with it. So Kumar leaves his king in the center, huh? And of course, when you play, no matter who you are watching this or whatever you, it doesn't, if you're the sun in this solar system, our local star, if you're playing a game of chess, you are, depends what color you are, but you're the king. You're the king for your army. If grandma is playing chess, grandma's got the white pieces, guess what? Grandma is the king. Yep. Grandma is the king. You are the king when you play. You can lose all the other pieces. All of them. All of them you can lose, but never the king. So when you play, you are the king. So sometimes the king has to, I suppose, lead a little more from the front by putting itself at risk for the greater good, for whatever you're going to get out of it beneficially. And if you don't get anything out of it, you're just giving the opponent a target. But you're going to have to get comfortable with that at some point. At some point. Frequently in chess, now here, f6 making a threat, you lean towards the attack. You lean towards the attack. You perhaps seek a forward escape. You attack your way out of it. You go forward. You can't go backwards. If you're pushing the envelope and continue to push, 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 you can't just stop pushing because you gave up to push so much. You gave up something. And if you don't retain compensation, retain your initiative, and continue to be able to push, you'll run out of steam and your attack will fizzle, and then the opponent will basically win. So in chess, a forward escape. We're dropping quite a few frames there. I think the Wi-Fi reset. Yay. Let's check out the action today. What is today? Tuesday. Josiah is playing Spanish GM Jose Gonzalez Garcia. Let's check that out. Meaning on my tablet here. Really early. Okay. Let's go around the world on the tablet. The World Rapid is wrapping up. Okay. They're about to wrap it up. One more round. Whoa. Magnus must have lost to... Did he lose to the kid? Did he lose to the kid? Did he lose to the kid? He lost to the kid. Notabek beat Carlson. Well, that's got to be something else. Well, okay. Busy chess morning. How old is that kid? The game gets younger and younger and younger and younger, which is good. sometimes when you're playing a game, you'll know when it's a critical position, and we can discuss how you can figure that out, but you'll know when it's a critical position. And if you know that to be the case, don't move until you're ready. Don't move until you're ready. Take as much time as is needed because the decision is that important. Too many players go way too quickly. Not necessarily just moves, but whatever they're doing, it's just too fast and not accurate. They're missing something. They're overlooking something. They're not double checking. They're rushing. Still a couple of games going on in Poland, I think. At least there was a couple minutes ago. And they'll have the last round. Well, the World Rapid is going to end crazily. Kid, Norderbeck, Jan, Magnus, and Fabiano have 9. Duda, Hikaru, and D. Gukesh have 8.5. Grishik, Faruja, Aronian, and Mitraba. Fedosiv, Dubov, Namiyarov, Rapport, Onishchuk, Matlikov, and a couple others, MVL, Karyakin, Shevchenko with 8. Okay. What about the women's? They finished. Kostenyak, yeah. She was leading after yesterday. How many times has she won? How many time world champion is Kostenyak? Did any Zatomsky played, but that doesn't, I don't even know if that counts. Doesn't she live in Germany? She can walk out there. And nobody from the US delegation played. Knight D2, okay. So congratulations to Kostenyak. I think the deal is if you get her to come out to your, pre-pandemic, to come out to give whatever it is, like the husband comes with the deal or something. Not that it's buy one get one free, no, but okay, something like that. It's not cheap. So white has connected the rooks. Rook endings, double rook ending here. Rook endings are fast. Double rook endings very fast. In 5 seconds, give me the plan on a rook ending. Attack, attack, attack. Capture, capture, capture. That's it, generally speaking. If you're in a pinch, that is your plan. And once again, we discussed this before, but of course, when you play, the rook starts in the corner, so they come out slowly. We still have two undeveloped rooks in this game. Maybe even three, but this rook is going to go to b7. So they come out slowly, which means you're probably going to have at least one rook, maybe even two, for a majority of the game. More so than the other pieces. That being the case, it's the same with the pawns. If you have so many, you have 8 to start with, you're going to have a few at least as the game goes on and on. So based on the numbers, about 3/4 of your endings are going to be king and pawn, pawn endings, and rook endings. Now it can be rook and rook pawns, different pawns, just rook endings. So study these two. Your basic pawn endings, pure pawn endings, and rook endings. That includes double rook endings. Now, practical endings, and also the main theoretical ones. Because that's where a majority of your games are going to go. Now, once again, if you're one of these types who does a zillion tactics and is playing locally, well, it's not going to be important in U1200, U1500, not as important in terms of right then in that tournament. Long term, it's incredibly important. But as you play it in the expert section, the open section, you're not going to blow the opponent out of the water. They're not going to beat themselves. So you're going to get into longer and longer games, and you're going to have pawns. You're going to have a rook or two. So will they, maybe. And you're going to want to have some experience, some ideas going into those situations, if not a lot more than that. So study pawn endings and rook endings. It may not be the most enjoyable read, not the most exciting, and there's not a lot of good material out there for the young player. I do like Pandolfini's Endgame course. That's good for U1500, and Karsten Mueller's. What is that? It's right over there. Of course, the spine is covered up. The Endgame Encyclopedia, the big one. That I like. If you like Dvoretsky, knock yourself out. I've never been a fan. Whatever edition I had of that Endgame course, 4th edition. I don't know. I just didn't like the layout. I did not agree with the layout at all. And that's what I used to do before I was coaching chess, is that kind of stuff. I just found it weird, a very awkward read. Good factual information, but strange to navigate through as a reader. But if you like Dvoretsky, go ahead and check that out. But you can do a one-stop shop basically. Go, get a beginning, intermediate, endgame book, and then jump up to Mueller or Dvoretsky. A lot of students like the Silman Endgame course. I don't find that to be sufficient for U1800. It's U1500, fine, but if you're gonna go big, go beyond that. I like Silman's the Reassess Your Chess material instead. I would incorporate that instead if you want to go Silman. It's just not as good. And of course, that's just my opinion. But do study the endgame. Do study the endgame. And that may well come down to, how bad does the student want to improve, or make sure your trainer or coach is focusing on that part of the game. The kids can do tactics on their own. And it's not, we're not talking critical thinking tactics. That's different. But the tactics by volume, students are doing that on their own. If you're the coach, you don't need to give them, gimmicky, give them 1 minute. You don't do that. Critical thinking tactics, that's different. Students should not be studying openings at all. That's nonsense. So if you're a young player out there and you're not playing in the expert section or the open section and you're studying openings, you're wasting your time. You can have fun, blah, 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 but don't. Now, if you're the hungry type playing gambits and you need to know those lines, it's a little different. No ideas of what to do in the opening? Yes. Opening principles? Yes. Studying specific lines? No. Study the endgame instead. So the trainer can work on the endgame with the student. And it's likely, especially at a young age, such as when Milind was young, he 5-year-old, he can't just pick up some Dvoretsky endgame book and go through it effectively. I mean, he'd be able to get quite a bit, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to be a good use of his time? Is it going to be fun? No, probably not. But that's where the coach or trainer comes in and will be able to maybe not go over all of the material in the work, but what's important enough at that level and present it in a beneficial way to the student. So the end game, it's going to have to get done. Otherwise, that player is going to be at a disadvantage in the end game or have to spend a tremendous amount of time or just work very hard on that phase of the game at some point. But better start young. It pays off much more at a younger age. Much, much more. E7. All right, so King E7, clearly a move you're not going to play in the opening or the middle game. But this is the endgame. The endgame is the phase of the game where it is safe to activate your king. This king on E7 is not going to get checkmated anytime soon because of this decision to activate. No. And you do want to activate your king. The king does prefer the center when safe to be there. So this king is perhaps going to try to find a home. Are you going to stay on the e5? I don't know. But you do have to get out of the way of the rook. But the king activating itself is fine. It's not going to, if properly played, it's not going to fall under significant attack. The king can be a strong piece in the endgame. Milind's gonna. What are we doing here as the white pieces? Yeah, the knight can find a nice home. You can put a well. What is black gonna do about their e pawn? If you keep the knight, you put more pressure on the pawns, the black pawns. You can attack a pawn on a dark square with a knight and a rook and a king. Their bishop can't help. And that bishop doesn't have a lot of play. If the knight does go to c5, what is this bishop going to do? Does it have any real play at all? White can go around. The thing about the bishop, it only has influence over one color. Sometimes against the bishop, you can live on the opposite color of the bishop effectively. These pawns are on another color. The pieces can stick on another color. G2 will not be an issue. E5 looks very weak. Assuming you can keep the bishop on the board. Because without any kind of initiative, I don't think you can do much about E5. Let's check out the rapid. What? How long does it take them to do pairings? Yeah, they did the pair. Okay, so Jan drew Fabiano, Grandmaster draw, yeah. Karu playing Magnus, and Duda playing the kid, Noterbeck. Oops. Okay, so this knight has a nice home on c5. Once again, this is an outpost. It is a square on a player's 3rd or 4th rank that cannot be defended by a pawn. So that knight is going to exert a lot of influence in Black's camp. I realize these are not in Black's camp. This knight is pretty strong. Better than its counterpart. For now. It's gonna, overall, it's gonna keep, someone has to guard the a6 pawn. You're gonna have to continuously calculate where this knight is going next. It's something to keep in mind. Now there's a threat on the e5 pawn. So this keeps the correct minor piece. I like knight c5. This bishop, if you have, the thing about, rook endings can be drawish. And we did talk about the bishop and the rook in terms of a tandem. However, it doesn't mean the knight and the rook are bad. This knight is going to be problematic. This bishop doesn't really have... I mean, what is it going to do? What is it going to attack? What role is it going to play? It may well just be somewhat out of play. If it tries to... I don't know. The bishop is a little wonky here. It's kind of limited. Milind's going to... His king is going to activate, and we're going to see some queenside play. This is where the targets are. If Milind can get rid of this pawn, if Milind can take out this pawn, then he's got 3 on 4. 3 on 2, not 3 on 4. 3 pawns against 2, so he would then play on the king side, try to create a passer. Unless, he can pick off another one of these pawns. So this pawn is a target. You're not going to crack c6, but you're going to try to keep black busy. And you want to, if you can invade, this is going to be about an invasion with the rook. Who can invade with the rook? Who can invade? Maybe this bishop isn't so bad. It does sustain f7. Not that you could invade there, but it can play a little defense. Maybe on the 7th ranked. I mean, to prevent some sort of invasion, perhaps. But if Milind can invade with the rook, and then just get going, attack, 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 capture, capture, capture. Attack weak pawns, and be shrewd about the pawns. Pretend like you're going to the grocery store looking at produce. Pick and choose. Pick it up. Ooh, no, I'm putting that one back. I'm going to go after this piece of produce. Be choosy. Be choosy. If the pawn is weak and you're going to get it anyways, well, get it later. Get the more dangerous pawn now. Attack, 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 capture, capture, capture. Until you've got that passer, or to-be passer, then you seek play via that strong pawn. So this is the target. And of course the king is a target. Whatever's in the way of the king and a heavy piece of whites is going to be a target. a6 is a target. You're not going to win it, but you're going to use it perhaps as an intermediate, not a real target, but just, hey, I might take this, go concern yourself with it, even though it's annoying. Check out the rapid again. Suppose one other bit. A knight. Now when a knight is in your territory, it should set off an alarm. Trying to underline this. This is such a fine brush. When a knight is in your territory, it should set off alarms. It has invaded and can be a very tricky piece. So for the beginner, if you're playing in your first quads, U1200, U1500, and a knight invades, that should set off your alarm system for your defenses at home. This is in black's territory, and this is a short-range piece. It is up to no good. Alarms had better sound. This is black's biggest concern, is this piece right here, generally speaking. Okay, Milind, are you going to take the pawn? Or are you going to save yours and seek play? Think about a gambit. When you gambit, you got to keep that spirit. You got to keep pushing that initiative. And you take the material back with an investment return on top of the material. That's how you do it. So you give up one early, but you get a little more than one later. You get and more. You need a return on that investment of one. So keep that spirit. What you don't want to do is gambit and then, oh, I just want to take the pawn right back. Now, in some systems, you can. You can. But you want to keep that, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, the cavalier spirit. You know, stay brave. I don't even know if that's the right term. But continue to push. Not risky, but seek play for that material. Take it back at the right time. Don't be in a hurry to get the material back. What you want is compensation. So if you keep the b4 pawn on the board, what does the a7 rook do? I like this rook takes e5, king d6, knight d3. But can you keep that pawn on board? Because if you can, black's rooks are... I mean, you've got the a7 rook totally out of play. Long term, that's got to be good. The longer this rook stays here doing nothing, it's limited by an ally here, it's limited by an ally here that can't move at all. This rook cannot go to b. This rook is entombed. This rook, I suppose, can come up to b5 and then you can back out, but we're talking a little bit of untangling, and that's going to cost quite a bit of time. Feels like you want to keep this pawn on the board. This is a good pawn. If one can hold back, not that it can hold back 5, but it's going to take a while to get this 5 out. So I think you got to keep that pawn on the board, but that rook is still, it's still going to be somewhat out of play. Can you keep it out of play? It's all about that queen's rook. We'll get both rooks into play first, kind of a thing, effectively. Then again, if you leave the pawn on the board, how do you make progress? You're not going to be able to bag the... Well, just don't have enough really to play with. Can you sneak your king around, get in like an h4 or h3? Give this pawn, and then can we get this king out and loose? Because this king is coming to d6. So let's tie up black to the defense, not to the defense, but just tie them up on the queen side, and also to the defense of the e5 pawn. And then you've got an extra piece. You're gonna make sure they don't take g2, but you can get your king loose. And can you? Is there a way? Is there a way to get the king any type of play? I don't know. I don't. What does the king needs a helper? Could you have the pawns help? No. Well, you could have a more active king. Another option would be to walk your king to c3. What if this king was here? You're not going to lose the g2 pawn. But if your king can sustain the pawn, then you've got two rooks in the clear. Is there any way to make that work? Can you sustain b4 with the king? Can you sustain b4 with the king? That's going to take such a long time. It's going to take us just as long to do that as to unravel the queen's rook for black. So that doesn't seem to cut it. And of course, for those of us who are beginning players, on your turn to move in a game of chess, look to see what you can capture for free. Now this pawn is undefended, so it can be taken for free. It doesn't mean you just do it automatically, but on your turn to move, when you're looking for a move, look to see what you can capture for free. That pawn is... nothing is really free, but it's undefended. That's what I mean by free. It's a very useful beginning thinking technique to find a move. But of course, this is not that section. This is the open section in Charlotte. Might have to go to Charlotte one day and check out this joint. This seems to be a very nicely organized event. I've never had a student, former student, play in Charlotte before. If black decides, say white tries to get the king to the queen side, and black wants to go down the exchange on c5, let him. Let him. That's totally fine. I mean, how would black benefit from that? You wouldn't be able to bag the a5 pawn. Maybe you're going to trade 5 for 4 and that's it. You're going to have double passers on c, but it's two rooks. Your e5 pawn is a goner unless it lives on e4 forever, which it can't do because white has an f pawn. White would be able to invade with a rook. Okay, Milind's keeping the pawn. Nice. Okay, nice. So Milind's keeping this pawn. He's trying to tie down these rooks. Maybe make them look a little silly. So black has to get this rook. This is their problem piece. This piece has to come into play. And that's going to take That's going to take a while. So it can, see, chess is about superiority of force. If you get anything out of this channel, if you need a 2-second, Coach Matthew, what is chess all about? Superiority of force. Period. That's it. That's it. End of lesson. Forever. That would suffice. I mean, that is chess at its essence. So if, let's just pretend, we're just daydreaming. If this king was on c3, you would have 1 unit of force, this pawn holding back 10. I mean, with the knight, the knight participating, so 4 units of force holding back 10 temporarily. I'll take that. This is an extreme example, but chess is about superiority of force. More force than the opponent where it counts. That's it. Superiority of force. So let's keep in the pawn. So that means he's got, okay, he's got rook, king, knight against, this rook is yeah, rook A8. Okay, this is bunch ball. A lot of kids, a lot of my students, former students, you all play soccer. Good. I used to play soccer too. Bunch ball. This is bunch ball. Temporarily. So now the threat again is real. You're going to play king d6 if you're Naman, right? That rook is going to have to leave b8. It can't stay there. I don't mean right now, but the longer it stays on b8, the longer this rook is inactive. Finish development. White has done that. Black has not yet developed this rook. Rook e3, h4. I kind of, yeah, h4. Yeah. It's 3 on 2 on f through h. Rook e3. Rooks like to go vertical and then horizontal. They can slide. Vertical and then horizontal. Maybe they lift higher, to the 7th rank, what have you, but rooks like to go vertical and then horizontal. Very true. Thanks to Coach Bruce for that one. I do like h4. Because with h4, first of all, is black really going to play h5? You want to put another pawn on the same color as your bishop? You want to give yourself a backwards g pawn? Ooh, no. No. The answer is just no. And you restrict g5, right? So I like h4. Rook e3 I like h4. I like h4. h3, yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're trying to do on the king side here. But I would prefer h4 to h3. f3, h4, because you can. In chess, if it's, the board is I think chess will get, as the years go by, I hope I'm very wrong about this, but as resources become fewer and fewer, and no more resources become available, that's just like chess. There is a finite amount of resources, and as a chess player, you want everything you can get. I'm speaking purely about chess in this context here for the chess player. It doesn't mean out in the real world you go and try to take all the material you can. No, this isn't Fallout 4. You're not trying to take all that junk and all the good stuff too. But if it's there to be had in a game of chess and it's helpful for you, take it. Take it while you can get it. Of course, there's a give and take. You can't just have everything. But when you start off, those of you beginning students, intermediate students, you're playing in your local quads or Swiss, you can have everything. That's when enjoy chess at that level. Enjoy. You're going to have a blast. Look for threats, blunder check, and then just have a good time playing chess. The opponent may well blunder quite a bit, but even when that's not the case, if you're looking for threats, blunder checking, you're not going to be making mistakes, and you're going to be winning a fair amount of those games, certainly. So have a good time. And that's another thing about, for the trainers, the coaches, winning is fun. So if if you're a student, if you're, think back to when you were a little kid, when you're 6 years old, when you're 5 years old, and you start playing some game and you like it, it's fun, and you're good at it. That makes it even more fun because you play, you win, yeah, and then you play again, yeah. It doesn't mean you win every time, no, and it doesn't mean you're arrogant, no, none of that. But winning is fun. Winning feels good. So when you're training a young student, a young developing player, make sure give them the good stuff right away, to give them that opportunity to win, 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 fun, fun, fun. And once I'm not saying they're going to get hooked on chess, but the point is they're going to have a good time. They're going to be learning, improving their game, and they may not be that bad of a player. They may play passably well. And, that's good enough for me. Kid having fun and learning. What's better than that? So winning is fun. So a lot of these, for the local players, in my experience, the kids who've done really well, who wanted to be competitive players, they like winning, especially at an early age. It doesn't last forever, no, but it will catapult them, or it'll show them, I guess, more of chess than perhaps what they might have been able to experience without winning. What I have had before, I've had the opposite. Remember one time I had a student who had never won a game of chess in his life. And this kid was, like 8 years old, a casual player, but he'd play online on ICC. And he was not a bad player. He had just always, playing ICC. I guess he was always at a disadvantage. But he kept with it. But that's atypical. I'm not saying the students give up, but usually that's not the case. You win some, you lose some, you draw some. Some kids do win quite often. But if a student just loses quite a bit, it really speaks to their resilience if they stay with it. And this kid did start winning games, and ended up working with his brother later. Andrew, hello Andrew, if you're ever seeing this. Um, but it's fun to win. So try to give those, just cut to the chase with that very young player. Give them the very best that you can very early on. Class number one and two. Don't hold anything back. Give them all the good stuff. And especially these days, because that could be your last class. Now, I'm not saying that, but meaning as a trainer, as a coach, you never know when you're going to have your last class, pandemic or not. So take advantage. Do the most you can right there and then. You never know when you're going to have the last class. So don't take it for granted, ever. Ever. Leave it all out there in the class. Everything. Hold nothing back. Otherwise, you're just delaying the progress of the kid. And what are you doing if that's your deal? Okay, so rook e3. The rook lift. The rook has lifted. We call this a rook lift in chess. The rook has lifted upwards. It's gone from one rank to a higher rank, from the starting rank to a higher rank, a rook lift. Rook h8. Well, you do want to move the rook, so okay, fine, I guess. Some obscure moves recommended for black. This lets you know you have kind of a difficult position when moves like this are being suggested. Rook h8, rook g8. Not very intuitive here, but you do have to move the rook. There's no doubt. At some point soon. This rook is going to go hunting. Attack, 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 capture, capture, capture. I don't even know if do I want to write it? I can just type it in OBS so much easier. Let's do that instead. This is in a pinch. The screen is very busy. Yes, yes, yes. And let's move that. Let's keep this on the board. Let's keep this plan in view. Since we're in a rook ending, so let's keep this. I'm putting that in chat. I don't know if it matters at all. All right. So attack, 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 capture, capture, capture. So this means to attack weak pawns, hanging pawns. So this rook is going to slide laterally, likely. Maybe not yet. But it's going to go on the offensive at some point. And black's going to have to make some adjustments. Black's going to have to defend with the bishop and the rook. How does this king's got to join in the attack, the attack. And of course, this is in a pinch. In a pinch. You could have a, I'm just going to not even write in a pinch. Since I typed that, I should have typed in a pinch. That's just boom, 5 seconds is all you got. That's your plan. Of course, Milind has more time than that. So until you get that good pawn to seek play with, you need to get rid of their pawns with your rooks. And rook endings go very fast. And they're full of tricks. Let's check out the rapid. Connection lost. Okay. Well, we'll check later. I don't know what's happening in Poland. Rook A to A8 is not an intuitive move either. This is still a difficult position for black to play. King's not going to leave d6. Is there any way to tie down this rook with this rook? Bring this rook to the e file, and then use the knight to coordinate with that rook against e5? The pawn would simply advance. Pawn may be overextended if that's the case. Kumar is up about 10 minutes on the clock here. They're already in the endgame. The clock is of no significant importance now. And something to keep in mind, student at home watching this, make sure you've got enough time on your clock to play your endgame. You know, however much time you need for the endgame. I don't know what that is. It's up to each individual. Do you need 10 minutes to play a decent endgame? Do you need 20 minutes? Do you need what do you need? Do the math. Make sure you try to leave that much time. Try to budget that much time to have it left over on your clock by the time you get to your average middle game, whatever move number that is. So have enough time in the end game. Okay, let's check out Rook F8. What is that? Rook F8. Rook F8. Well, it's on a half open file, yeah? We'll be starting the NAO in a moment here. Rook F8. See if I can get the chess 24 connection up. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. Wait, back or what? You can't tell. going on with this Chess24 app. It is not working out. Sometimes that app will get weird. Okay, so we're going to see h6, I would imagine. So the rook sliding laterally after lifting. If you can prevent an e4, then, as in get in a pawn f3, then can you stop a black e4? Is that possible? Black's not gonna. I mean, this is a difficult decision because you don't, as the black pieces. Let's say black plays rook h8, and then you play rook a8. Both rooks are undeveloped. Do you really want that? No, that has got to be bad news bears. That's good. No, that's you know, keeping the pawn on the white square h7. I just move the pawn. And in rook endings, when it comes to, you know, attack, 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 capture, 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 you don't want to defend a bad pawn. Now here, black doesn't have a choice. Black is not threatening to take anything. So once again, the importance of leaning towards the attack. Black here has to purely make a defensive choice. Rook h8 or h6. There's nothing else to do. But if black was counterattacking another pawn, it'd be different. But they're not. You don't want to defend. You know, don't have your rook tied down to the defense of a bad pawn. You don't want that. Now, if it's your passer, if your rook is behind your passer, that's entirely different. Rook h8 just doesn't feel good for black here. Gotta play h6. If you play rook h8, you're gonna play h6 or h5 anyways, right? You might as well just play h6 now. Keep your rook on f8. Yeah. Okay, so h6. And the rook on h3 is going to reposition itself and move. Because now it's somewhat out of play on h3 and on the wrong color as well. Imagine you can see a rook g3 here. And once again, white is going to try to invade with a rook on the king side here. And who can get that queen's rook into play first? It's going to be Milind, or is it going to be the opponent? I mean, into play as in offensively. Let's check out the other tournaments going on. All right. Jack Zhu is playing Shabalov. Isn't Jack Zhu from the Bay Area? From like way, way back? Or am I thinking of another Jack? Okay, Shaaketh is playing Rose Atwell. I don't know who that is. As in Rose. Is that on the DGT board? I don't think so. Well, yeah, Rook G3. So I don't know if we'll if that's a live board, then I'll cover that game, but I don't think it's on Follow Chess live.followchess.com. It's not, the pieces aren't moving. I don't think it's a live board. Okay, so Rook G3. Otherwise, if the rook stays on H3, it has no target. Is it really gonna lift? No. So it would have been effectively out of play, so get the rook back into play. And here, yeah, we're going to see what an h4, and then trying to seek some play here. Maybe you pick on the h-pawns instead of going laterally. But you're trying to create targets that you can attack on the king side of blacks. f3. What's with f3? Why? Why? Why f3? Is it because of a rook g8, and once the white rook goes to the h file, it's going to be too late to play f3 then because of the pin? Could also have to do with e4. Whoops. Wrong button. Karyakin's beating Firouzja. Lepore beating Shevchenko. Oh, so what does that mean? Let me see the standings. In the Chess 24 app, I have to rotate it 90 degrees for the standings to show. Okay, so on tie breaks, is it gonna be the kid? Karyakin came in with 8, right? So he'll move up to 9. But Karyakin had 8. Yeah, Karyakin has 8, yeah. So they'll go to whatever the tiebreak system is. Oh, they have a playoff. Oh. Okay, they're gonna have a playoff. That's cool. Is the playoff gonna be tomorrow? No, because the Blitz starts tomorrow. Playoff's gonna be today. Okay. Well, I'm just covering Milind's game. It'd be nice to be able to put up other windows, but I was not prepared for that today. Maybe tomorrow? I could put one board out here. I don't know if I don't even know if I can record two separate browser windows in OBS. I have no idea. Uh, I kind of don't think so, because sometimes it won't even do one live, although it has lately. I guess I could try it. Just have to play around. This is still a total work in progress, as you can tell. It's like I'm teaching chess with a crayon. So who's going to go to this tie break then? It's going to be the same leaders as before. Yeah. So are they going to have a quads? How does that work? Oh, Shaaketh's board is live. I was wrong. Well, then we're gonna have to show that. I'll have to figure this out. Okay. I'm gonna try something that might backfire. Let me see if I can try two windows. Should I even try that now? Let's try it. Okay, Rook H3. Let me try something out here. Okay, let's try. Yeah, it stopped recording the other window. That's what I thought would happen. So now OBS is live with Milind's game. Can I bring in another window capture, another browser capture? Let me try it. I don't think this is going to work. Let me try this out. What? Actually, this might work. Okay. That's I don't know why it's looking like that. Let me hang on. I'll fidget with this a little bit more. Let's take out that and let's move you up. And we're going to shrink this a little. No. No, we're just going to get rid of the moves in Shaaketh's game. For now. Okay, so that's Shaaketh's game in Las Vegas. Let me put it there. Is this going to work? Can I now go back to OBS? Wait, go here and then go here. Is this working? Let's see if this works. The follow chess isn't, the clock isn't moving. So I don't know if, I don't think you can you even do this? Well, maybe the clock doesn't update live on follow chess. I don't know if this is going to work. Milind's game is still live. So it's a matter of follow chess. This would be pretty cool. I didn't think of using Milind's game in a browser, just posting the link. That would be a lot easier because then I wouldn't have to have the page recent. Rook f6. This is kind of cool watching Milind and Shaaketh play at the same time. Even though they're 3,000 miles apart, I'm nowhere near them. Yeah, so follow chess. So, okay, we've got, I think this will do, right? Because this thing is flashing right here. There's this dot that flashes. I'm gonna have to play. Oh, okay, so the browser's over the paint. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, so let's do this again. Okay, so we can see this flashing dot here. That means it's live. That's a good feature. That's a very good feature. So both games are live. Wow. That's pretty neat. Hmm. Well, OBS can do a lot more than I thought, I suppose. Okay, now the rook to d1. Yeah, okay. And of course, the evaluation on the bottom left is for Milind's game. But you can probably tell that by the layouts. Okay, so rook d1. Yeah, you can't allow the knight check, of course, because of, once again, we see the importance of X-ray. This knight is going to get check. The king stays put. Shaaketh plays c4. Yeah, do you see Shaaketh's pawn chain? Shaaketh, another one of my former students. Similar to Milind, get them to 1500, and then they take it from there. That's what we did with both of them for the most part. And Shaaketh's brother as well. So Shaaketh's main pawn chain was pointing to the queen side, so he plays c4. Doesn't mean that's always the case, but play in the direction your main pawn chain points because you have space. You have space over here. White has space over here. And space is used for pieces to maneuver in and improve themselves. Rook h3. Okay. So this rook is out of play, and it's going to need 1-2 moves to come back into play. This knight is in play. Can his extra piece play a decisive role? Black is going to have to play this position very, very accurately. One mistake and something's going to fall. You have to, I mean, well, you could move the rook, but then you're still in a bad x-ray. You've got to calculate that routinely. Okay, king e7. So we're not going to see a rook e1, I wouldn't imagine. I would assume it'd be a rook e3 instead. Is there any way to break through here? Well, with this rook now guarding the king side, the h4 idea is no longer viable, right? Okay, rook h5 and then h4. Okay, that's the ticket. That's the ticket. If you're going to seek play, you have to have something. With Shaaketh's game, he's going to castle kingside. This rook is going to come to c1. This queen may well go to e2. And if there's a capture on c4, maybe Shaaketh's queen goes to c2 instead, actually. And is he going to take with a knight? He can take with a knight. And then put the... Be nice to take out this knight, although black can have a redundant knight on f6 with a knight bd7. Why is the... You can't see the background of the follow chess because it's white? Is that why? I have white keyed out for the paint overlay, so that's affecting the follow chess. So maybe I should set the background for the paint to a different color, like just whatever color, and then you'd see the background for follow chess, as though that matters. I could just give it a background myself. But it looks kind of funny just floating there by itself. got to work in an h4 here if you're Milind. You need some play. If you're trying to push. And you should. White can push. It's a matter of knowing how far to push, because that can backfire very easily. I don't mean here in this position necessarily, but some players just continuously push and they throw the draw out the window because they push too much. And in these expert open sections, that's something the player will have to learn. You'll have to learn you can't continuously push. Depending on the position, depending on what they have to push against of yours. So we're going to see a yeah, it's got to be King D6. King D6, Rook H5, H4. Open up that king side and go loud. It's the best choice you got. Okay, so is Shaaketh going to take with the knight, right? Take with the knight here. So you want your bishop on this diagonal? Much more effective than biting granite. You also hit their bishop. So they're going to have to take, and then that gives you more options. Well, they don't have to take, but if they take, you take with the h-pawn. Which allows your rook to be developed on h1 without having to move it. Yeah, knight takes in Shaaketh's game. So, what's black gonna do about this bishop? Do you don't allow white to take the bishop pair? Wouldn't think so. Of course, you're not gonna take on g3. H takes, and that's gonna be everybody. You're gonna have queen c2, knight g5. You know, that knight would go to g5, queen c2. If black is to take, this is a disaster. This pawn would then take. I need a finer brush, but there's going to be too much force on h7. These two defenders won't cut it. King e7 on Milind's board. Did Milind just try to bank a little time, or what is he doing here? We're going to see a knight c to d2 or knight f to d2. I don't think knight f to d2. Be the other knight. I mean, Shaaketh's not going to play, king f1. He played king f1. Oh boy. Shaaketh is very aggressive. Very aggressive player. Very, very dangerous over the board. And I said in yesterday's streams that Milind asked a lot of questions. Well, Shaaketh and his brother would ask, in terms of the second most questions, they were probably right there. Right behind, in terms of the number of questions. Lot of questions. Which is terrific. That's awesome. Clearly, they were curious about the game, which is a good thing. King f1. How does Shaaketh... Okay, so let's... You're just going to throw the h-pawn up the... How do you... How do you get that rook in the game? King's rook. Take the volume down for a second. One of the jerk neighbors has their landscaping right now. Why can't people get a broom and a rake and do it themselves? Do you need to use a leaf blower? So this is going to be on mute for a little bit. And hopefully it stays quiet. But I doubt it. Here where I live, it's ridiculous. One neighbor will have their landscaping come one day, and then on a different day, a different bonehead neighbor will have landscaping, and then on another doesn't anybody do anything themselves these days? Do people go grocery shop for themselves? No, get it delivered. People work on their own garden, their own landscape? No, they hire someone else to do it. Do they wash their own car? No, they go to the car wash. People, adults are so lazy. It's unbelievable. Just pay somebody else to do it. No matter how noisy or disruptive it can be for the rest of the world, adults don't care. So another reason to support the youth. They would do it themselves. Milind repeated. Yeah, it was H4. He had to play H4. Well, that was the best try to get an H4 earlier after the H6 G5. Play H4 immediately. Create the targets and then seek play. Then seek play. It would have been a better try. Okay, so Milind's game ends in a draw. What are we doing? Are we looking at Shaaketh's game? Yeah, let me, how do I do this? How on earth do I do this? Am I just going to leave the stream up the whole day? I mean, if we're going to look at Shaaketh's game, I need to make it larger because this brush is not going to work with this small board. So let me, hang on, let me play around with this a little bit. I have no idea what is going to happen. Hang on. Reset transform. That's it. Okay. And okay, let me try. Okay, let me try this. And then this. Is that fine? I wish the board was larger. So let me make the board, hang on, let me clean this up a little bit. Okay, let's leave it like that. And we'll have to change the text. Okay, this is the 2021 North American Open Round 5 open section. North American Open Round 5. This is Sivakumar against Atwell. If it was Coach Shosh, I'd put FM Sivakumar. This is Shaaketh, his younger brother. And that text is awfully large. Whoop. It fits. How about that? Okay. Let's bring back the paint. Are we back? We're back. Boom. Yes. That went okay. All right. I have to change the Twitch. Hang on. Okay. Let's make sure we're back up. So this is going to be a long stream today. No problem. There may be other landscaping noises. I'm not kidding. Later on, if I'm streaming all day. Yeah, we are live. Okay, so switching gears, we'll go back to Milind's next round in 3 hours. So we'll see how this round goes. Okay, Shaaketh's game. Yeah, King F1. King F1. That is a dangerous move. It's a double-edged move for both players. If you're playing a King F1, you're signaling to the opponent that you are not very concerned about your king safety because it's fine. It's a matter of how does Shaaketh's rook, how does this rook join in the game? How is it? It's clearly, I mean, this bishop is here, this knight is here. These pawns aren't going anywhere. So this rook is going to lift on the h file. So this h pawn, what's the plan? What's the plan? It feels like kind of like a Pillsbury. Like pawn there, knight here. And if there's an h6 and the pawn takes, h takes g5, this h pawn will take, hitting the knight and also vacating the h file for the rook. coordinating with the bishop. The queen will coordinate. That, it's like a Pillsbury attack. I think that's what it's called. I think we're going to see a pawn h4, because then he can put the knight on g5 with impunity. But you need, and then the queen, okay, so the queen is going to go to c2 to bring another helper. So black is going to have to do something about the h7 pawn. If it just stays there without another sustainer, I mean, they could play knight bd7 to f8 after rook e8. We could see that, but h7 is the target. Shaaketh will use his h-pawn. Trust me, he'll use the h-pawn. Meaning, I don't mean in this position necessarily, but just generally speaking, he's that type of aggressive player, you know, to use that h-pawn. And Shaaketh is also, he might also seek play via the c-pawn. Yeah, that rook a to c1 is going to happen. Queen's going to c2. You're going to play knight a6? No, you can't. You have to play knight bd7, and then you're going to play rook c8. And the bishop. What about the bishop? Where does black put their pieces? The bishop does a dark square bishop. Where does it go? Where does it belong? Let's check out the blitz, excuse me, the rapid in Poland, shall we? Actually, so, okay, I wonder, so I guess with OBS browser, I could display anything in a browser as long as I just give it the link. So I could have a bunch of browsers up. Huh, didn't know I could do that. Okay, that's cool. They're not having a playoff or what? I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm not sure what black does about their dark square bishop. You know, where does this knight's gonna come to d7, and you know, you can't have two minor pieces on f8. I don't think you want the bishop there, of course. I think you want the knight. The rook there is pointless. This bishop, you can't trade it for anything unless you go to d6. And this bishop has no role in the attack on the king side directly. Neither does the knight. So if you go to d6, you give up the bishop pair. I like king f1. I like the attitude that it, at least on the surface, you know, clearly this is a fighting move. He wants his queen to be able to help on h7. He doesn't want to waste a tempo moving it again. And he didn't block with the knight. Probably going to start getting lunch ready pretty soon, but we'll mute it for that. What is this Atwell going to play here? That's what I want to know. All right, well, we wait for Atwell here after this very interesting king f1. I'm going to get my lunch ready since this is going to be a long stream. Let's see how quickly I can make something to eat. I'm not going to start eating it yet, but I need to get it prepared. So I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I'm going to put it on mute. All right. Sorry if that was a bit long, but I was not intending to stream for 8, 9 straight hours chess today. But when the kids are playing, I'm gonna cover it because that's fun. Got lunch ready. I did check this out. And this is still the live feed. So Atwell here has taken some time. They're not going to have the pairings done in Charlotte probably for a while, like an hour before the round, or something like that. Maybe half an hour before the round. I'm not sure what it is. Atwell, what are you going to do about this bishop? I mean, you can't play. Well, if you play knight bd7 now, does the bishop get kicked? Then you would have to go to e7. Is there a problem with that? So you can't go to d6 because you're going to drop a pawn. So is there, what's wrong with bishop e7? Then where does the queen go? Black's going to be a little squishy here. They don't have a pawn break. I mean, it's c5, but how is black going to get into c5? I mean, you're not going to do it now. So their pawn break isn't coming ever. Not for quite some time. What's wrong with bishop to e? Not to play it now, but if you can put the bishop on e7, then your queen will go nowhere. And this is the 5th round, right? Make sure that I thought it was the 5th round. I thought they had finished 4. Yeah, this is round 5. Yeah. Well, this Rose has certainly dipped into her time. Assuming there's not a problem with the DGT board, the clock. Hmm. Who's this Rose Atwell, anyways? Is this a kid or some older person? I have no idea. But like I said before, sometimes these older players, not that this is the case here, can show some fear versus a young gung ho player who's just a go getter. I'm not saying that's the case here. See, this is why for the World Championship streams, I was playing a game at the same time. I'm not just gonna analyze a Carlson game for 5 hours straight. With the current setup I have, I mean, don't know how to have that much on the screen at the same time for chess. But when it's a student, former student playing, I can just sit here and watch, and it's very dramatic for me just to see the chess. What the heck just happened? Okay, I didn't know follow chess was so clunky like that. What on earth? It just jumped? What? Well, she's okay. What the heck just happened? The bishop did go back, right? Hang on. I need to see what on earth just happened. Knight 4 F5. Knight ce5, bishop d6, rook d1, e7. Okay. Once again, do not neglect development of the queen's knight. Shaaketh has to get his king's rook in the game. If you play a bishop h4, we're going to see a knight f6. Is there some sort of, well, how do you, what Shaaketh is doing, look at, let's have a looky here. Why is this, yeah. Can I do this one? Test. Yes. A little thick, but whatever. Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces. This piece isn't in play yet. It's going to. Shaaketh can find a way. And these pieces are out of play. For the moment. For the moment. If Shaaketh can keep Atwell busy and get his rook into play, the king's rook, he'll have superiority of force, and his attack is going after the king. Shaaketh is the type to, he's going after your king. He is going after your king, okay? He is going after your king. That's the way this kid, you know, over the years, I don't know about lately, but this kid will just go after your king. And not stubbornly, but just if your king is weak, he's gonna be eyeballing it the entirety of its weakness and seek exploitation of your king. So how do you keep black busy? How do you keep black busy? Also, how do you get that rook in the game? Shaaketh was our Club Blitz champion. What year was it? At one of the pizza parties at Cicero's, where every student and their family loves Cicero's pizza. So that's why we've had the potluck there. We haven't had that, not the potluck, excuse me, the pizza party. We haven't had the pizza party in the pandemic. I am looking forward to whenever it is we can actually have another pizza party. You know, the old-fashioned way, if you will, or just when everybody's safe. Let's put it that way. And what year was that? 2019, 2018? Was it 20? It wasn't 2019. Would it have been 2018 or 2017? I guess. I don't know, but he can play quickly if he has to. Not that he's in any time trouble. Cicero's. It's pretty good, but because everyone else loves Cicero's, it's almost as though it's overrated. Uh, and it is somewhat overrated. It's good, but it's not, you know, it's just locally good. It's regionally good for Cupertino, San Jose. I mean, it's if you travel, you'll have better pizza Certainly in New York, there's every pizzeria is better in New York. I haven't eaten pizza in Chicago, but I will say the Cicero's is better than Pizza Chicago. Pizza Chicago is a joke. It's an absolute ripoff. And we ordered at one of our potlucks. We had Pizza Chicago in Santa Clara, right by the fish market. You know that one. And their pizzas are outrageously expensive. And we got they're okay, but I got stuffed mushrooms. And I love stuffed mushrooms, and I'm expecting a big mushroom. They were so tiny. It was, oh, geez, very misleading. Pizza Chicago is not good at all. Cicero is much better than Pizza Chicago, but pizza from the city of Chicago, better than whatever we got here. And I worked pizza, students. I worked pizza. I know pizza. So my opinion matters more than yours. Kidding. But Cicero's is not it's okay. I'm glad everybody likes it, but I'd rather not eat Cicero's pizza and eat a taco. Cicero's Pizza in Cupertino, named after the same Cicero from the Dark Brotherhood, right? Yeah, yeah, that's it. That's where the name comes from. That's right. The Elder Scrolls. All right, let me start. Num 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 on the lunch. Uh, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Let me eat. 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 I'm gonna eat very quickly, and that's not my style. But this is kind of like, not that I'm actively coaching during this stream. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just commentating on the games in a somewhat casual format. But this is for the students. This will go on the YouTubes. But being at a tournament, with a bunch of students there, there's really no time to eat if you're coaching. There's very little time to eat. You're always coaching, always coaching. Before the tournament, you got to get there and, be there for when the kids start showing up, warm them up. There's no pep talk, but you stress one or two things, whatever it is the student needs to work on or needs to be aware of, or whatever it is. Bring it to their attention, be there to support them, show them that, you're there if they need anything. And after that, the first round starts, you're not going to eat then. I mean, I guess you could. It might not be a bad idea. But then the round, there's different sections. Students will finish early. Students will finish, late. A round may start on time. It may not. And lunch is chaotic. Do you have a section? You have an area for your team. But if you're coaching, you're not going to eat. Um, there's no time. You're going to have to just coach the whole time, and then you're eating after, the last round. And that's kind of what this stream is feeling like. I did eat before the stream, right before, which was smart. Um, but this is what that feels like, because there's not going to be a large meal until, 6 p.m. Not even 6 p.m. because it depends on if any of the kids in Vegas are live, because we'll cover Milind's game in Charlotte, and if the kids are playing in Vegas on a live board, we're going to stream it and we'll eat afterwards. And that's fun. It's just really cool to see the kids doing what they do well. So, anyways, I'll be back in a couple of moments. Should I put up the BRB? No, because it's going to cover the board, but I'll be back in a couple minutes. Nom, 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 nom. world record pace, nomming. Yeah, right. I'm the slowest eater alive. But that being the case, I was in a taco eating competition once in my life. Once. At an Oakland Athletics baseball game. I did not win. I think I've told that story to you students before. The winner was not the person who cleared their plate of tacos quickest. No. Well, actually, yes, even if it didn't go in your body, meaning you eat it. They would eat like a slob, and the food would spill out of the taco, and that counted. It's like, what? You're supposed to eat the taco, not spill the taco. If it was spill the tacos, I could have taken the plate of tacos and thrown it at somebody's face, and I would have won. Your plate is clear. No more tacos. It's a taco eating competition, not throwing it away. So that was baloney. There was 4 of us. There was a lady from Baltimore there. I don't know if she won or not, but somebody cheated and won, and I ate the taco. Zzz, just not as fast as they spilled them. And you don't want to spill be blah, 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 blah. You don't want the bonus point if you have any idea what that means, viewer. So, all right, back to this. Bishop c4. Yeah, we have a new weakness. Okay, we talked about weak squares. Boom. The e6 pawn cannot be sustained by a pawn. That's square. That makes it a weak square by definition. Now, what is Shaaketh going to do about it? Well, not quite sure. A rook f6 is impossible because you've got bishop h4. So you'd have to take the bishop out first, but do you really want to do that? Develops the rook automatically. And this time edge for Shaaketh is nice. Something tells me Rose Atwell is not as young as Shaaketh. Not that she's afraid, but may not be as quick. The young players, very quick calculation, very quick. Calculation speed is one of the pillars of a strong chess player. Calculation speed. You know, look at Vichy coming up. He'd play a classical game as though it was blitz. Did that matter? You tell me. Look at his experience in the chess world and tell me if it didn't help, Anand. Yeah. Maybe just a little bit. Being sarcastic. Of course, it's not the only pillar, but you do want to be quick. Be quick or be dead. In some games, you know, in my group classes, the word of the day is slow. Yeah, it's always been slow. But there's going to be times when you need to play quickly. It's going to happen. And just being able to do that, not necessarily wanting to do it, but when you're presented with that situation and you have to crunch numbers quickly and you can do it and you know you can do it, you've been there, done that from personal, direct, firsthand experience, because you're going to have those situations occur. You're going to have to be very efficient with your clock or do it quickly to put the pressure right back on the opponent or some other reason. But calculation speed is important. Oh, so we had knight takes and h-pawn takes. So here, when you have a pawn capture and you have a choice, you capture towards the center. You generally capture towards the center. Capturing with the f-pawn would just be weird. I mean, in this position, be very, I don't know how else to say it, just weird. Of course, you want this rook to develop. And now Shaaketh, and this is nothing new. This is nothing new. Shaaketh has his rook developed without even having to move it. Is his king safe? Yeah, For the time being, I have no problem with the positioning of his king. So how do you... Okay, is there going to be some sort of G... You can't play G4. You've got... Well... yeah, that's the thing. There's they can chop some of these pieces. You can take with a knight. Well, I just assumed you would take with the knight. I didn't calculate any of this. Do you take with the knight so you can play G4? Are you gonna play F? Wait, if they... hang on. Is there gonna be a G4 here? G4 helps. Yeah, you have to play knight Bd7. Note how tardy this is. In some Queen's Indian systems, this bishop is fianchettoed on the queen side. The development of this knight, look at the pipe game. Burn Marshall Paris 1900. That's your homework assignment, viewer. The pipe game. And note how that tardy developing of the queen's knight is just... I mean, the opening was misplayed completely, but that piece just being late is just too late, and nothing is worse than being too late. That's another homework assignment. Read that. It's a Bukowski poem. Nothing is worse than being too late. So are we... Because G4 can help against E6, it can help against H7. And this rook is not doing a whole lot right now. Where is this king? How does this rook on D1 participate further? These other pieces look very, very good. There's no more bishop A6 without an A5, right? That rook is not going to stay on A8 to provide a bishop A6 unless the bishop is that dangerous. Because that's an out of play piece. That's just totally out of play on A6. The rook, that is. And there may even be some sort of tactic. The rook will be hanging. She's down considerably on the clock. And Shaaketh is just going to increase pressure. And material imbalance with him is not, he'll go down the exchange, no sweat. But it's just for, he knows what he's doing. These kids, they just want play. This is why when you're a trainer, when you're a coach of young, gung-ho chess players, really just kids who just love the game and like to attack, get their pieces out in space. If they were for a basketball analogy, put them on a fast break. Get those pieces out fast. Yeah, you're going to leave a little something or two behind. That's true. But get those pieces out. Have the pieces cooperate with each other. Work together harmoniously. Piece coordination is the theme of the middle game. And your students are going to be in a lot of middle games. So coordinate the pieces. And the middle game is the most difficult phase of the game to play. It's not even close. There's opening books, end game, there's a truth in the position potentially, middle game, there's a whole lot going on and you have to figure it out. So having those beginning players, those developing students, using those pieces together in space, not bunch ball, in space, give them those tactical opportunities, because these kids are doing 100 tactics a day, 50 tactics a day. So give them those possibilities where they can have tactics in their own games and they're going to see the tactics. You don't play F4 here. I mean, do you just allow the double D pawns? Nah, you can't. I mean, well, it does stop a piece from going to F6, and you still have F4. If you play F4, you can put the king on F2. I don't like that. I don't want to have a weakness on E5 long term. You can't, I mean, you're not going to retreat the knight, are you? So this is one of the lower boards where somebody goes around. This is not a DGT board. Somebody's going around and recording the moves, and then inputting it digitally into their feed. That would be my guess. This is not a DGT board. But either way, it's cool. It doesn't matter to me if I get the moves sent via pigeon. If it's happening live, roughly, and I'm informed about it, I'm gonna check it out. And what's really cool is when you're in group class, and so one of the local players, maybe not one of my students, but one of the local players uh, is playing in a big event, and they're playing live during your class, and then you can stream, not stream it, but you can have that. You'll be watching on your phone or whatever, and then following along on the demo board with the group class right there. That's always fun because you've got 15 minds all working together, biased, rooting for the local player, all together. It's a lot of fun and very inspirational. Queen B3, pressure, 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 a little bit of pressure, pressure. It's fun to say. Sorry. Sound like Jimmy Stewart. Pressure. Steven's saying who? Yeah, never mind. I'm just gonna shoot a YouTube video about one of the with a book review with a game by Humphrey Bogart. And I have a feeling students are going to say, who is Humphrey Bogart? And then I'll have a difficult time answering that question. I know he was a, very famous actor, and I can name some of the flicks. I haven't seen any of them, but I know more about his chess than him as an actor. But have the kids even heard of Humphrey Bogart? Nah, I was watching a D&D video from MCDM, and they showed a Bogart clip. What was it? What was the theme about? Characters. Something about characters, and Colville is showing just a bunch of clips, and or maybe it's about writing backstory for characters. Anyways, they showed a clip of Bogey's for like 15 seconds. He rattled off some lines, and I was like, "What?" And he wasn't trying to. It's not a Groucho thing, but it was. It was. I knew what he was saying, but it was just different. It was very different. But it was. I got the. I understood the scene, but perhaps not. We wouldn't phrase it in such a way these days. Anyways, yeah, Bogart. I have to record that. It's from a Colty book. Bogey played Coltonowski. Colty was blindfolded, and Colty wins. And there's some good, back and forth, some good banter between the two. Note how we've seen in this game now earlier when we saw the c4 when Shaaketh played it and his knight took. Knight b takes c, right? Because the bishop didn't want to bite granite. So the bishop d3, hitting h7, so on and so forth. But black plays f5. So in chess, you can transfer the attack. You can transfer the attack. So instead of h7, Shaaketh is transferring to e6. So the bishop gets rerouted, so does the queen. So you can transfer the attack. Now, as the defender, is it so easy to simply transfer the defense as needed? No. So once again, lean towards the attack. You can frequently transfer the attack while the defender simply cannot. Now, chess positions are inherently resilient. There's more to them than meets the eye to defend with, potentially, usually, but you cannot always transfer the defense. No. Check on the other action around the chess world. It's chess 24 back up. my end, that is. Now they're in the playoff, the tie breaks. Okay, so they're doing 2 and 2, huh? Jan against the kid. Noterbeck. Noterbeck beat Jan in the second game. Okay. Okay. Here's your update from Poland. That's what I've been saying all pandemic. I think there's going to be, not only in chess, but across the applicable board, there hopefully will be a huge youth movement for those. When I say kids, I mean it in a positive way. It doesn't mean you're just a kid. No. But for people younger than me, if you're the kids who've been working on whatever it is that they really enjoy, whatever it is they love, whether it's chess or whatever discipline you're into, whatever subject at school, hobby, anything. It need not be academic. It need not be a sport, a mind sport. It can be anything. But if you're really into it, perhaps you've had more time to spend on that in the pandemic, and you're going to come either into it or out of it that much stronger, or that much stronger, whereas other fellow competitors, or whatever you want to call them, perhaps haven't been working on their game at all. And this is not to point me, you should have been working on your game. No, 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 no. They just haven't been doing it, or haven't done it as well, or have been doing it poorly, whatever. But I do know that in the chess world, some players have stopped for whatever the reason. And some players have continued to push and even perhaps put forth more effort. I'm not saying that's the case with this Noterbeck kid, but I've seen that with some of the local players. They've been putting forth a lot of work, a lot of efforts over the last year and a half, couple months, couple years, whatever. And now we're really seeing it take off. Is that rook going to d4? No. Wait. Shaaketh up big time on the clock. Okay, we got another rook lift. Once again, rooks like to go vertical and then horizontal. Now, maybe not with the H rook. You know, the H rook going horizontal, vertical, yeah. Horizontal, not as often as purely vertical. However, if Shaaketh gets a rook on d7, it's black has to stop that. Targets, once again, weaknesses that a player cannot defend with a pawn. Seek those targets out. This weak square, this e6 pawn, can't be defended by a pawn, which makes it more difficult to defend. Pieces have to do it. You're attacking, they're defending. Lean towards the attack. That rook gets to d7, it's over. Yeah, I think Shaaketh was going to play rook h to d4, but bishop e4? What? What? Hang on. Bishop e4. What is this? Yeah, just f3, right? I don't understand how this. There must be a follow-up idea to bishop e4 because it can get kicked by the pawn. We call this a biff. This pawn is punching the bishop in the face. It's a biff, B-I-F-F, a biff. Like, back off, get out of here. So when you develop, not that the bishop is developed on e4, but when you develop a minor piece, make sure it doesn't get biffed by a pawn, unless you're okay with the biff. It's taking on a weakness. Here you have to move the bishop, and there's going to be, I mean, this rook is going to d4, and then it's going to d7, and then black can resign. I mean, this pawn is going to fall. The king is going to have to skedaddle. This pawn is going to fall, maybe, maybe not, but this pawn is going to fall. It's a two-pawn deal. This is a two-pawn deal. If e6 falls, another pawn is going to come with it. Once again, note how white has fully developed, and this piece is out of play. So superiority of force. Numbers, 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 numbers. Chess is all about superiority of force. I don't I don't know what black does here. Am I missing something? Is it I mean, you're not going to play g5, right? That doesn't change anything, does it? Bishop c6. Okay, I guess. It sustains d7, right? So the bishop goes to c6 to sustain d7. Yeah, I thought he was gonna play. Okay, rook h to d4. This is not the typical way to connect the rooks in a battery on the d file, but hey, I like it. This works. Okay, so black cannot put a rook on d8. No way. Let's pass for black. What is Shaaketh's next move? I'm not sure what white's next move is here. Do you put the queen on the d file? No, you don't do that. There's now been 3 landscaping crews that have been operating within my ear's reach here during this one stream today. 3 separate landscaping crews. Just today. What a joke. Adults are the laziest people in the world. I swear. These people cannot quietly take care of their own yards. It's ridiculous. Hopefully you're not hearing all of this. Ugh. She's also in a lot of a big time crunch here. Keep the pieces on the board, keep the play going, put pressure on Atwell. Make the clock an ally in this position here. I'm gonna have to get some headphones. I'm sick and tired of all this freaking noise. I'll be right back. All right. Atwell did not move yet? No. Well, she's on the clock, that's for sure. What is Shaaketh's next move? It may simply be like a king f2. Just to put more pressure back on Atwell. I mean, she can't put a rook on d8. What can black actually do? Yeah, not much. h6. Okay, so black's going to play b5. So you play a4. Black wants to kick this bishop, and she's got 4 minutes. Woo! She's in a lot of trouble time-wise. What's the time control at the North American Open? I don't know, and I don't know. But in terms of it's FIDE rated. It's got to be 30 increment. So she's going to be playing on increment pretty soon. Unless she starts blitzing it out. So keep the pieces on the board, maintain pressure. You play a4. So if there's a b5, you just take. And students watching this has nothing to do with chess, but in terms of noise, the last several years in San Jose have been the noisiest I've ever heard in my entire life. So those of you going to university, living in a noisy community, neighborhood, have some white noise and also have that Rain app on your smartphone, on your tablet, and get some good headphones. Not the earbuds. I mean some good headphones. Yeah, I thought the queen might go to d3 kind of thing. And see, now he's got Alakine gun and another battery. So this is supercharging the pieces. Clearly, White's pieces are better. Shaaketh's pieces are glorious here. They're awesome. But be able to drown out the noise or just cancel it without going deaf. But just have something so you don't hear whatever it is you don't want to hear. Sometimes it can be noisy. And today, for whatever reason, this neighborhood is really noisy. So, yes. I like queen d3 a lot more than a4. Queen comes back, centralizes herself, hitting this pawn, hitting this pawn. I mean, White's pieces are very nice, and with her time, ooh, not looking too good for Black here. One game in Charlotte still ongoing. Once again, the attacker can transfer the attack. Shaaketh's been putting pressure, pressure, pressure. It's the e6 pawn. It's the f5 pawn. It was the d7 square. It's the a6 pawn. It's the h7 pawn. Pressure, 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 pressure. Black cannot simply go to and fro with the defense, and with inaccurate play, some positions you just can't defend. What do you play here as black? Well, you can't allow f5 to be snapped off the board, right? You're losing something. Bishop takes a6, pawn a3. Or the bishop goes back to c4 and sustains anyways, so maybe you don't waste time with a3. I don't know what black does here. Hmm. I like that rook h4, rook h to d4. How often do you see that? That's cool. That you don't see that too often. Okay. So she's down to increment. Okay, black is playing on increment. Do you just snap off the queen is on okay, and now you take on f5? Or do you go for rook to d7? Or do you take on b5? Well, you crunch it out is what you do. Takey, takey. If rook takes a2, queen takes rook d8. Or is there a rook a1 trick? You take with check. Huh? How did she get 5 minutes on her clock? How on earth did that happen? How did she get 5 minutes on her clock? Maybe it was a clock mistransmission or something. So is this rook coming up to d7 and then like that? Rooks like to go vertical, vertical, and then horizontal, horizontal. I draw terrific straight lines. Can I make this? I'll play with this after this game is over, but try to make it more fine tipped. Can I do that now? Crayon, spray can. What? It's the same width. I don't understand. Ah. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, that's better. Although it's the wrong color. We'll try it out. Yeah, it's the wrong color. What, What on earth? Gotta be kidding me. There we go, there we go. Okay. I can't, why can't I see the cursor on OBS? Why can't I see the cursor on OBS? What did I do? Oh no. Why can't I see the cursor on OBS? No! I can't see the cursor. How do I don't know what I did. I don't know why it's not showing the cursor. Okay, now I can see it. Oh, it was too fine. Ah, okay. Well, that's interesting. Huh. Strange. A stream in progress, as in a work in progress. Yeah. Hogs on the 7th. That's what these pieces are called. These are called hogs. A hog. Hogs will eat everything in front of them. So these rooks will eat everything. Doesn't matter what you put in front of a hog, it's going to eat it. I'm still not sure how she got 5 minutes added to her clock. No more good checks. Rook d1. To connect the rooks in case of g7 action. They should have Charlotte pairings up pretty soon, I would imagine. Rose is going to have to give up one of these pawns, either the E pawn or the B pawn. One of the games is still going on? Wow. Well, the guy's name is Cardenas, huh? Gotta check that out. Holy cow. Wow. Well, you root for Cardenas. Yeah, so the B pawn is gone. Oh, the E pawn went too? This is Ripperoni. This is resignable. In these queen and pawn endings, watch out for perpetual check. So what you don't want is the weak queen being able to take advantage of the exposed stronger king. Make sure they cannot force a perpetual check. That is a very common resource for the weaker side to employ. Shaaketh can hide his king on h2. King can go to g1 to h2, and there's no more checks. This queen will not be able to give a good check. She's not going to have any help. So winning the b pawn is insignificant. And I think the reason why the clock times don't get reported as the moves do. So my guess would be that she jumps up in time because they don't update the time as they update the moves. That would be my guess, but I really don't know. So here's the helper of the queen. This is GG right here, folks. Yeah, this king is going to h2, where it's nice and safe. There's no checks to be had. This b pawn, this can fall. That's okay. It doesn't matter. It's all about this pawn right here. This is the winner. The queen is a terrific escorter of a passer. She's the best. Now, typically she doesn't like to defend anything, but she is wonderful at escorting a passed pawn. The Shaaketh is going to put his queen on d4. Is he going to do that? I don't think so. Or is he's setting up a discovery? That's what he's setting up. Maybe? Nah, that's not it. He's just going to push the pawn up the board. Do you go to d4 right now? Yep. Shaaketh's up material. Open Trader Joe's. Black cannot stop all of these pawns. Take, king f2, king d5. Hello. Too many pawns, too many pawns. You can also do it this way. Can't stop them all. Note how this king can never take the pawn because then it's out of the square. It's out of the square of the pawn. So this king may never take that pawn. Square the pawn, very important. This king is going to gobble and then escort this pawn up the board. Assuming that this king leaves. And if it doesn't, well, you got this pawn. The B pawn will make the D pawn leave. Shaaketh wins. Very nice. Nice game, Shaaketh. Thank you very much. Okay, so we've got about an hour until round 5 from Charlotte. Do I leave up the stream or take it down? I can't put this up on YouTube yet. I did eat a little bit. I'm probably gonna stop the stream and then take a quick break and then set up for the next round. Shaaketh's game, North American section's not gonna be up right now. We'll go ahead and stop it there. So, Milind drew his 4th round. Shaaketh wins in round 5. This was a lot of fun. This was a nice game. A lot of pressure from Shaaketh. Let's review this game really quick. So Shaaketh has the white pieces. London, not surprising. Yeah, bishop g3. So you can capture with the h-pawn. Knight bd2. Okay, c4. This is where we picked up with the stream. I like king f1. It really signals an aggressive approach. And Shaaketh just starts putting pressure. Okay, e6 is now a target. And I love this rook h4 to d4. That is super cool. Really nice idea to go to d7, forcing bishop c6. And now queen d3, transferring the attack. Pawn is coming off the board. And now more concessions from black. Another pawn is coming off the board. And another. And it's over. Very nice game by Shaaketh. Very nice. So we'll go ahead and stop it there. I'll be back in about 1 hour for the next round from Charlotte. Thank you for watching. Blunder check.